Hello, everybody. Oh my goodness, it's been a day. Oh, what a day it has been. We're going to start out with stressful a little later on, and here we are. Hello, everybody. I'm Jeneth Freelance. It is December 10th, pre-birthday stream. What do you know? We're back in Final Fantasy XI, and we are gung ho. Let's see if we can get Wings of the Goddess done tonight. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't reset the thing. Once again, didn't set it to what I need to be. Okay, there we go. Reset up so we're all ready and raring to go. Fantastic. All right, everybody. So, we are back in Final Fantasy XI. We're going to try and get to the finale of Wings of the Goddess tonight. As you can see, I'm not wearing my samurai kit. I am wearing a ninja kit. I was doing Abyssia stuff earlier. At some point, I will get around to showing you the story of Abyssia, at least the major parts of it. Specifically, it will be the amounts about like what the basis of Abyssia is. And who knows, at some point we might actually get to the point where I'm actually streaming parts of Abyssia, like farming things. That's not my first intention, but it's something that we could do. So, all right. So, recap what we did last time. We went around gathering memory fragments of Lillicet because she had seemingly gotten devoured by Atamos. But we needed her back because right now the Champions of Dawn has become the champion of Dawn. We need to become Future Fabulous again. Even though I don't like that name. It's really pretentious. So what happened was we went around doing a bunch of little quests and stuff to get back memories of Lillicet. And what we need to do now is, after we did all that, we released the memories back to Atamos, and then he went full Independence Day and just blasted a big blue column somewhere. We're not quite sure where. But the last location that we had been to was in Grauberg, and we had gone to this area called Witchfire Glen, kind of where all these Fae springs are. And we had taken a Philosopher's Stone, and we had dipped it into the springs there, and over the course of a day, it had changed into a Fae Stone. So I'm not quite sure where we're going to be going to, but as far as I'm aware, we're going to be going to get the Lillicet. And then once we get Lillicet, then we're going to go and try and stop the terrible plan of Lady Lilith and her Spite Wardens. Because she is dragging our future into the darkness. So. Sorry, if I may sound a little short of breath. I kind of wolfed down my dinner tonight. And I had a slice of key lime pie at the end of it. And the key lime pie it was just really yummy tonight. So for some reason, I just kept shoveling it into my mouth at pace and wasn't really taking a breath in between like each swallow of the pie and putting more in my mouth. So very bad manners in all seriousness. But I was like, I get done, and I'm thinking of it at light, but I'm breathing a little hard. Because because I stuffed my face. Anyway, let's see. So we need to go to Grauberg, which is in, what zone, actually? I think that's Gustaberg, isn't it? There we are. Anyway. So when I looked at the missions and stuff, we had just finished up mission 42, I think, or something. I remember that we had roughly, like 8 missions to go or something like that. So let's see, it's 54 minus the 8, so it would have been 46 or something like that. And by all accounts, it didn't look like there was anything particularly time constraining on going from mission to mission. Now, I only did just glance at them because I didn't want to find out about potential story issues. So if there is something that happens, I'm going to be a little bummed because that means that we have to postpone until next Monday. Not particularly happy about that. I know tomorrow is kind of like the special day for streaming. first big like special stream thing that we've ever done. I'm also getting a little nervous, but I'm also getting excited. It's like we get to have like a whole day of streaming, which is both daunting as well as honestly a little terrifying. Because what you guys see, you see me for roughly 3 hours to sometimes 4, you know. This is going to be like double that tomorrow. I'm wondering how it's all going to work out. I've got games downloaded. We're all set up. So I think there's going to be... The only problem I think we're going to have is that at the beginning, we're going to have games that are brand new, so they might not immediately hook into the audio stuff for stream or the visual stuff, and it'll have to just take a minute for it to work. But hopefully that works. I hope we don't have any technical issues like the game doesn't run, something like that. I can't imagine that I'd have an issue like that, but we don't know. And I'm going to be... I'd like to be very clear right now, and I'm going to explain this later, is that I will not be streaming for like the entire day. I will be taking breaks in between, which I know is going to kill my audience retention, but kind of a matter. So the stream, as far as I'm aware... Oh, somebody's fighting a hippogriff here. I wonder why. Oh, that looks like a blue mage. I think he's trying to learn a spell of some sort. That looked like a blue mage sword. Anyway, what is going to happen, because I take my VODs and directly export them to YouTube, what I'm going to be doing is between each game, I'm going to be taking a small break afterwards to kind of line the next game up. We're going to then cut stream for a second and restart stream, basically. So it will be cut into a separate... So these will be cut into separate VODs with maybe 20 to 30 second cut in between them. If we take like an actual break for food or something, that will be... I mean, I will take breaks in between. Because even though I do game for long sections of the day at the time, for the time being, I do take breaks. I do like walk off and I go stretch my legs and do all kinds of stuff. So I want to make it very clear. This is not going to be like a marathon or something. It's going to be, we get started and we get going. So, okay, now we need to talk to this thing without weapons on, apparently. Excuse you, air elemental. Let's go ahead and take this off. Now, is this considered a weapon? No, it would be considered ammo. I don't think that's a problem. Okay, so now we're here. Let's continue on. Lysithea, greetings and salutations, children of Altana. Thou art most welcome to this sanctuary. A short time ago, a newborn soul was sent to us from the heavens above. Judging by thy concerned countenance, it is clear that she is known to thee. Pray follow me hither. I don't know what kind of when text goes into this, I think it's some kind of mannerism. I don't know what it's called. It's not like it's Elizabethan or Victorian or something. I don't know. But it makes me think it's like a very specific kind of dialogue writ. A warm, gentle child brimming with hope and promise. It's an egg. Is this Lilithset? My friend came to us bearing wounds enough for a dozen lifetimes of torment. My kin and I have done all we can to heal her from her hurts, yet 'tis not enough. Her full recovery wanteth for one thing, power of the future in which she believeth. You mean the brighter future whence she came, the place she calls home? When the time is ripe and all conditions are fulfilled, thy friend shall surely awaken. Conditions? Her future must needs be brought near. Only then will she be able to draw strength from it. Lilith's future. I think I understand. Have an inkling. We have to settle the score. Put finesse to our foes. That's not finesse, but finis. I don't know what finis means. So it is to the crossroads of reality and time that we must return. The Walk of Echoes. But as we are, we don't stand a chance. Face insurmountable odds. The scales weigh heavily in favor of Lilith's faction. Grossly lopsided. Consequently, the powers of those aligned with the dark future have burgeoned. Their might surges. Unless we can shift the scale back towards our reality, regain lost ground, we can't hope to fight our foe on even terms. But how? Isn't there anything left that we can do? Fresh out of options. A eureka moment, apparently. Death, I just remembered a most important errand, urgent business. Will you be all right in my absence, on your lonesome? But I voice a redundant concern. Worry needlessly. Knowing you for the resilient adventurer that you are, you will cope just fine. Will fare admirably. Isn't that right? Whimper Coping is my middle name. Ever the dependable champion of the dawn, I see. Altanus chosen. Now then, we shall meet here again before long. Regroup. And thence we shall secure a foothold in our future and awaken Lilith. Restore equilibrium. Go assured, friends, for my kin and I shall keep vigil over the child in thine absence. Pray take all care. May fortune smile upon thee. There's a waiting a day. I didn't catch that one, darn it. Though it looks like we don't have to wait too long. It's only 2000, so that's not bad. That's not bad at all. What do we do for 20 minutes? Shoot. Yikes. Well, waiting for the game chance to farm a something needed for the next mission. Oh. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and equip weapons on. I'm actually gonna go a little different today, at least for the time being. We are gonna go ahead and throw on a Alita Lance and level our Lance a little bit. So. We need to head out to Pashao Marshlands to go hunting. Because this is something that we need to do for the next mission, apparently. We need to fight the Padavs or the Lucarcol, which are the slugs, or a punch bug. Blur punch buggy! No punch back! I have been thinking of maybe something I can do for the stream is that doing voices. There's a couple different character voices that I can do. I can do Stitch. That's one thing that I've been able to regularly do. I have a little bit of pizzazz with it. I can't quite do his laugh yet, but I kind of can enunciate the tone of his voice and stuff like that. Oh, Hannah. Oh, Hannah means nobody gets left behind. Or forgot. I can do a passable Mickey Mouse. It's not the best, though. The other one I can do is Homestar from the old Homestar Runner show stuff. It does hurt my head a little bit because I have to twist my palate a little differently to get that to work, and it just kind of strains my voice box. But I keep thinking of characters that I could potentially do as like redeems for you guys, because I know some people who do that. I know that Gusty does them at times. I know that oh, she's gonna kill me for not remembering. There's a few streamers I know that do voice stuff, and I kind of want to. I think it's a good idea to do, because that's something that's kind of fun that you can do. Do like voice change and stuff like that, and not doing like AI or like audio gimmicks to do it necessarily. Be able to do it naturally. Yeah, there's a lot of thoughts there's a lot of things I'd like to do. I just haven't gotten around to doing them. Here's the funny thing, is that as much as I love streaming, there's actually a lot of work that goes into it in terms of making sure that production stays up, and at times when I think about, like, here's all the stuff that I could add potentially to my stream, it's like, I'd put all the work in to do it. Work. Speaking of work, I ended up getting answers back on my background check stuff, and I've been able to get the ball rolling again. I had to do a whole thing this morning, filling out a big, long form, more in depth than any like job job application sort of thing, to get the background check going. So basically, I had to do it twice. I had to do it once for applying for the job, and the second time now for doing the background check. So, and for those of you who are wondering why, the reason being is that the job is going to be janitorial work. It's going to be cleaning a couple of government facilities. They happen to be federal government facilities. Therefore, I have to go through something a bit more rigorous, because I'm going to be contracted. I'm going to be in a contract with the federal government of the United States. So, I'm not working with them directly. The company is kind of a go-between right now. They're handling my pay. They're handling all that stuff. But because we're doing it through, but it's still with the federal government, they have to do like a whole screening process, because I imagine that when I get in, there is going to be a matter of security, because I believe it's the Department of the Interior that one of the buildings I know is the Department of the Interior specifically. I'm not quite sure about the other building. I couldn't find anything out about it just at a glance, so I don't know what that all is going to entail, but okay, elders do not count. I can't use elder put-ups. Silver put-up doesn't count. I have to find gold, ancient. Yeah, gold, ancient, or Vajra? V-A-J-R-A. Vajra, maybe? Maybe it's a silent J? don't even remember where I was supposed to go fight the Blue Carls. Oh, there they are. Here we are. I think I'm gonna have a sneeze here in a second. Nope, it passed. Okay. Apparently from the Lou Parcols, it is a common drop. Hello, Mr. Ruby Quadov. I'm actually not interested in you today. Back off. I also woke up to something I found a little concerning. I don't know if I told you guys that I've been getting itches kind of right at the crook of my arm. I can't remember where the crook of your arm is, if it's the elbow or if it's the rounded part of your shoulder, right where your armpit is starting to go under your arm into your armpit. It's right there right there where the muscles are. On both sides. It looks like I've developed a rash, which it's funny to say I think so because I rarely get rashes, like super rarely get rashes. I'm not allergic to anything in particular, though there was potential of me being allergic to alfalfa or hay or something like that when I was younger. I don't know. But the skin has gotten fairly red, patchy, and the skin felt dry, I guess. I couldn't quite determine because it feels the skin is kind of stiff, and I would assume it's kind of dry or something like that. So I don't know what's going on. I do have a need to go to see a dermatologist to get some just get skin checked out for moles and cysts and just a general welfare check on my body because I haven't done that in many years, and I've got some places that could potentially be of particular interest because I have a history of skin cancer in my family. So I need to just have a thorough evaluation of every inch of my epidermis just to make sure that I'm going to be okay. I think there's been 3 instances in my family that has been a thing. My brother had a mole removed when he was a teenager, because if there was potential, it was potentially malignant. I had my oldest uncle on my dad's side. He died from skin cancer, I believe. I don't remember quite. It was cancer related. And he was rather prideful, and he didn't want to admit that he had a problem. And it was by the time he started actually intervening, he got intervention with it. It was too late. It just kind of took over. They kind of couldn't get rid of it. And then my youngest uncle, on the same side, they found a potentially malignant mole. I think I can't remember if it was this year or last year, but it was within living memory. It was within recent memory. So. Very much a case of something I want to check out before I get much older, just to make sure. Not to mention that there is a spot. It's kind of like a mole. That's right about where my heart is. Maybe a little lower and a little bit more to the left, but It is currently, it normally was very flat, and then fairly recently it actually has swollen by a depth of 3. Now that sounds very, first, let me explain. When you have something like a mole or something on your skin, you can feel that it's a little thicker, maybe double the thickness of your normal skin, so only a little bit. It's only enough that you can feel it. It feels like it's gained maybe less than a 1/16 of an inch or something like that. It's enough that I've noticed that it's gotten thicker, but other than that, you couldn't tell a difference. But the fact that it did that, like, within the last month, out of the blue, kind of concerns me. So that is another thing that is the main reason why I wanted to get into a dermatologist. It's because of that. But I wanted to take a look at some other things on my body. I've got what I can only assume at the moment, without actual testing, I have a benign growth. Actually sounds gross. I believe I have a cyst back here on the back of my head. It feels like the size of a jelly bean. And that has developed in the last year. There's a couple spots back there. There is an odd-looking little cyst on my just above the inner side of my left knee that I would like to get checked, because it feels like just a little buildup of something there. It doesn't have any weird coloring or anything like that, but like I said, I'm not going to go into any more detail because people find this gross, but just need to check on some stuff and just get some stuff checked out. So that's something I'm going to do. I'm going to do it relatively soon. I don't know how busy it's going to be during the holidays. I would assume it's fairly busy. People getting caught up with the latest stomach bug or whatever. Anyway, when the background check for the job finally finishes up and gets through, it is a part-time job. So it's not going to be anything fancy. But from what I'm getting, it sounds like a pretty good deal, honestly. For the pay that I'm getting and for the many of hours I'm actually going to be committed for like a week, like every week, it's actually going to be pretty good. It's not going to affect streaming in any way, shape, or form, though. Streaming will happen the same time as always. The schedule's not going to really change. I probably will be a bit more tired, and because just it's a change of lifestyle, and I've noticed that whenever I do stuff like that, I usually get more tired because it's putting more strain on myself. Not necessarily physical strain, but it's a stimulated strain. There may be a couple times when I'm not very enthusiastic on stream, or I'm yawning a lot more, or I might just straight out cancel a stream because I'm too tired. I don't know how that's going to actually happen. I'm merely making a prediction. So, but yeah, being able to start making a little bit of money and getting paid back, getting some money back in my pocket, it'll make me feel more comfortable, certainly. All right, you stinkers. I want a punch bug, and I want it now. We have crossed into the next day. Okay. I really hope this isn't going to turn into another thing like when I was fighting the oh, what was I doing? I was fighting against something in Romov in the game for something with the Rise of the Zalart expansion. I don't remember what it was. Was I hunting for? I don't know if I was hunting for spells or if I was hunting for a particular item. I think I was hunting for a specific item, I think. I think I was looking for the Illuma ink. Okay, now this seems a little funny. The rate of item drop is common, which means it should drop fairly often. I've yet to have it drop yet. How many of these have I fought so far? 6 of them? I find it a little weird when something says that it's going to be, you know, a common drop or a very rare drop or something like that. It's go like, it should happen fairly often, and it doesn't. Just a little ridiculous. I don't know if this character is running for their lives or they're just dragging enemies around. I don't know. Come here, Lou. Come here. The Blue Mage. Okay, nothing came out of it. Boo. Well, let's go ahead and jump back to the Grauberg. Because frankly, I need to go get that cutscene done. Quite sure what those people were doing because none of the, well, I'm guessing they were probably just attacking something because they were bored, waiting for a campaign battle to start or whatever. So, I can only assume that that's what that was for. A couple more. We'll go ahead and attack these on our way down. There's a punch bug. What do you know? Persevere and you shall eventually get what you need. What do you know? Anyway, we've done that. Fantastic. Now back to Witchfire Glen. You know, I think the one thing that I will do, if I ever went back to take my VODs and make them more YouTube friendly, I would probably cut out a lot of the traveling that you have to do in this game and use those as my cuts. Because legitimately, I think, depending on how the stream is going, 30 to 50% of playing the game on stream is travel. If it's not purely something in the way of like combat or trading items or something like that, I think it's travel. Even though it's faster than it ever has been before in this game, it still takes a while sometimes to get around. It legitimately just takes time. And for somebody who's on the clock, you know, for a good portion of the content that I do, it feels very much like I spend a lot of time just traveling to get where I need to go, rather than anything else. Okay, we are back in Grauberg. Kind of wish we didn't have to go around in a different circle to get to Witchfire Glen, but kind of have to, so. So they had, so the game had an update. They had their December update. So we're now to a new month for the game. And what I mean by that is that until January 12th, I think, it is considered the next month for Final Fantasy XI in terms of content as well as you know, monthly objectives and stuff like that. So we had a whole new login thing. If you want to get into the game now, they actually are having a fairly large sale on the content itself. I haven't looked at the prices specifically, but I think I saw that all the content you could get like 30% off or something, buying the content. And if I remember correctly, don't quote me on this, when I got back into it, the game package that you could get off of Square Enix's page and off of Steam was $30 without the discount. They are doing a login campaign right now, Return to Vanadil campaign, which is a, you know, if you played the game before, you can come back and you get some bonus, you get some stuff, I think. All kinds of good stuff. Ambuscade got refreshed, so it's a new fight now. I don't have to fight that stupid Heartwing anymore. I'm so happy. I believe I'll be fighting a pudding enemy. Pudding, flan. I don't know what specifically it is. I can't remember what the monster family is. I think it's pudding. I don't think it's slime. Slimes are actually different. Oh, yeah, that's right. That means that I need to go in here and actually update and refresh my ambuscade thing because so Soul Flayers is for the higher version, and Amorphs, goes a flan. And then it summons bombs. Nasty. Where to get the primer? So look, yeah, there looks like some options where we can actually go. There's worms and leeches near the entrance of Esha Zita. So that's probably going to get crazy busy for getting stuff. You can go to Void a Tree and jump down to fight leeches, or you can go to the Den of Rancor, which puts you in sight of Hectides or worms. Well, that's a Unity Concord warp. That's a little different. I normally wouldn't do a Unity warp because that means that you have to do you have to warp and then you have to figure out how to warp back. So anyway, that'll be interesting to get into because apparently oh, his name is Goes. Goes. So Goes probably is how I would probably pronounce it to make it a little bit more succinct. Significant damage reduction based on the mode the monster's in. After taking a lot of physical damage, he goes into where physical damage taken is tremendously cut. Slow. After taking a lot of magic damage, he will enter where magic is taken tremendously. Oh, and if the damage dealt to Goes is a balance of physical and magical, it begins taking greatly increased damage for 60 seconds. Players gain a sphere effect that grants regen, refresh, and regain effect for 30 seconds. Ooh! So you actually want to really balance out your magic and physical attack on it. Interesting. Anyway, hello there, Seth. Anyway, got a little distracted there. Let's get back to where we need to go. I believe I need to take off... Do I need to take off my weapons again? I'm not sure if I do. I think I do. Oh, doesn't look like it. Gate, are you okay? Impeccable timing as ever, Jeth. I have dire need of your ample tracking prowess. Your not inconsiderable fetching abilities. The punch bug. You must help me catch it. Bring it back. Punch bug? It's a rather embarrassing tale to recount. We'll never live it down. Punch bug escaped my grasp, you see, when I instinctively pounced upon a fat, juicy rodent, only to discover it was a round gray stone. An unimpalpable stone. There's not too much time to explain the punch bug's inner workings. Trust me when I say that the future depends on our retrieving it, reclaiming possession. I beg of you, Jeth, you must help me catch it. Bring it back. You can count on me. Punchbug is fond of dark, damp places, cramped, moist environs. Can't be far away. It couldn't have gone far away yet. Should still be near. I should focus my search hereabouts. Would appreciate it if you could scour the Pashao marshlands. Get down and dirty in mud. Thankfully I did that. Now. And then I believe I have to trade it to here. Punch bug. Punch bug, bug, bug. There it is. You did, Jeth. Recovered that which we lost. Which you lost, you mean? Without ado, I shall pick things up where I left off. Carry on as if nothing happened. So take this here, slip it in like so. That's it. Yeah. Ta-da! It's finally complete. Unfinished no more. Jeth, I want you to take this with you. Keep it on your person. It's a bottled punch bug, our secret weapon against the enemy, our trump card. Okay. Seems like an odd trump card to have. Ever since we were reft of Lillicet, our reality has slowly but surely been fading away. As we can take preventative measures, and with due haste, Atomos will continue to devour the brighter future without abandon. till nothing remains. Hit cling to the last memory orb. And pondering possible courses of action, something occurred to me. It came to mind. What if we were to harness the power of the brighter future, that of your memories and experiences, to aid in the fight? Improve the odds. The bottle of Punch Bug will serve as the channel that grants you access to that power. A bridge of sorts. Through it, you should be able to amplify your strength, if only temporarily, for a wee while. Truth to tell, its usage would be frowned upon as a violation of the natural order. We don't have the luxury of dwelling on the fine print, fretting over the inconvenient details. Typically, that when something like that happens, that's usually when you should pay attention and try to follow that. But I've said it before, and I'll say it again: reality whence you came is no illusion, not make-believe. Come what may, you must ever keep your faith in the future that you wish to be, the world whose survival you desire. Let's go, Death. Strike out. Destiny awaits at the crossroads of reality and time. Walk of Echoes. We're going to settle the score and reclaim the future. Rescue Lillicet. Okay. So, we now enter the Walk of Echoes. Now, the vertical complexes are a reused asset of Abyssia. You use vertical complexes in there to travel around the map. So it's just a reused asset of the game that they've repurposed for this. Okay, now enter the ordinate door, the ornate door, not the ordinate door, ordinate door, the north here. So we are now changed out. Let's go ahead and swap over to our better weapon. We're going to do a fight, like right off the bat. Oh, very fancy, very ornate, indeed. Okay. Oh, okay. That's something to do because of Rhapsodies of Vana'diel. Probably has to do with Lillicet, because Lillicet is gone in the story at the moment. We can't continue on with the Rhapsodies of Vana'diel. That's what that whole thing is saying. It's like, you won't be getting the Rhapsodies of Vana'diel thing because you're in one of the specific ones for Wings of the Goddess. Sooner or late, I knew you'd show up. You just don't know when to quit, do you? Not that you need reminding, but you're all out of planes pieces. No amount of struggling will avail you now, so why don't you save us all the trouble and give up? Larzos! And Ringeling and Portia! Shame on you for betraying Lillicet and Jed's trust, turning your coats. Where she went so far as to sell your souls to the Dark Divinity like a sack of yams! A bag of potatoes! A creature as near as a beastman makes no difference would presume to admonish me? My soul is for sale to neither god nor man. There existed an enemy that wanted for vanquishing. I merely made a choice, one that granted me the power I needed to accomplish my objective. Do not think ill of me, Jedith. Even you, Portia. Selfish though it might sound, it matters not what becomes of me, or the future. But a world without Sir Regulus is like a world bereft of light. I could not abide in such a place. But... You've made a habit of questioning our motives, Cat. But what are your own? You and yours seek to prevent the true future from coming to pass. Me and mine, on the other hand, had taken up arms against Altana's will. Fact is, both of our existences are sinful in the eyes of the gods, and there ain't no change in that. What? I won't stand for such slander. Shh. Unlike you, unsavory bunch, we fought to realize an ideal goddess-sanctioned world. We fight for great justice. Spare us the rhetoric. Even a hoodman could see that next to nothing separates our two factions, that we're but two sides of the same coin. I, for one, could care less for justice and utopias. We glaze our words with honey and put on a righteous facade, but in truth, we're not more than power-starved scoundrels. Even as I stood engulfed in the cold flames of the underworld, I became awakened to my deepest, darkest desires. It was such an epiphany as I have never known. For all my gallantry and talk of honor, what truly drove my existence was the feel of cold steel in my hand as it cleaves the flesh and bone of mine enemies, spilling their life's blood. I have all my life been a soldier. By the sword have I lived, and by it shall I die. I shall slay the Shadow Lord, perish in so trying. Ring-a-ling. It's a wicked-looking sword. I have chosen my path, as you have yours. There's not to say, nor do now, but stay your resolve and see things through to the last. And then our Spite Warden. You're Jedith. Yep, with dark hood, with dark leggings. Consider this a mirror into your future, Jedith. Jedith? It'll be all right. Nothing that thing can do can ever beat me. Or imitation. Let's finish this once and for all. Put an end to this overlong struggle. Stage is set for our decisive battle, and there is no lack for cast members. Whatever the outcome, the end will see these grounds awash with the blood of scoundrels. Let it begin. Set free your inner beast, and come at us with all your strength. Apparently, I might not even need trust to get this done. They find interesting. When wills collide. Special note of this that's made on, that is, made note on the... Oh, we've got Cornelia for a second here. That's right. So Cornelia is a rare trust that's only available certain times of the year. I have no idea what she does. It looks like she is a geomancer. So she has an area effect. She doesn't attack at all. Okay, we want to go after Portia first. The true future will rise from the ruins of your false reality. Attack speed is increased. Oh, she gives haste. Sir Rangeless, my love, you are my future. Definitely played. Found it. It can't end here. Not like this. Very easy. It would appear my eyes do not deceive me. You are very ill. The man I mocked you for, Jedith. So this is the power of the goddess. Tempered in the blazing forge are children's hopes and dreams. You've proven yourself worthy of my respect. I'm gutted that my time's up, but there's no helping it. Victory belongs to they who want it more. What will become of those two? Will they be all right? Have no fear. I value their lives above my own. As my final act, I will see them to safety. Farewell, bearers of Altana's will. Curious. Huh. Wonder what this place is. Sir Regulus. Of those who fought the war, none was more valorous, more honorable than you. Folks of both realities know this well. For the sake of the future, don't matter which, you must live on. Pray forgive me, my premature departure. Honored to have served beside you, my lord. So that's 4 spite wardens we've rid of ourselves of so far. That reminds me. Let's hasten back to Grauberg, Jedith. It's where Lilith slumbers. So I think because we defeated them, we've tipped the scales a bit in the way of the light, more than anything else. Okay, now. Okay, so now we've got to run back down this way. I would assume that we're able to just leave via the vertical conflux here. Witchfire Glen. Here we are. Okay, I need to take the weapon off again. Examine. Lilith's soul. It's beginning to glow, emitting light. Why won't she awaken? Don't tell me we were too late. We're slow to return? Lilith, come back to us. Wake up. we go. Just need a little bit of a jump start, I think. Oh, there she is. Jedith? There we go. Whew. It's pupils are just kind of pulsing. Mm-hmm. Well, Lisette. Oh, thank the goddess. Atana be praised. Jedith? Hey, Sith? Isn't it a little early to be awake? Hey, you've been asleep for far too long, more like, or slept something fierce. If only you knew how much death and I feared for you, how much of a fright you gave us. What happened to me? Jedith? You saved me? That he did, and most resolutely, with unparalleled singleness of mind. Jedith roamed far and wide, returning only after he had gathered all your scattered memories, found them all. Thank you, Jedith. I owe you so much. As I had earlier explained to Jedith, together you two formed the wings of the goddess, the bearers of Altana's divine will. Only in union can you soar the skies and fulfill the destiny you share, your prophesied task. I see. Lady Lilith, are we going to confront her? Yes, it's past time we came to grips with her, and no longer delay the denouement. Denouement? I don't know what that is. But you, Lilith, have been through much and more of late. Suffered unspeakable traumas. Anyone could tell by looking at you that you're a spring chicken, but none could know how right they'd be. Quite literally correct. But we know better, and as such, you shall remain here for the nonce and convalesce. Recover your strength. All right. To the enemy's dismay, we've clawed our way back to a footing with them, standing on even ground. I'd wager this is their first taste of desperation, their introduction to fear. We must take this to mean that they'd come back to us in force. Steel singing and magic blazing. Ready yourself as best you can, Jedith. Go meticulously prepared. All right. Now, it looks like we have quite a bit of time on our hands. So, we do have something we can do in the meantime. As soon as we get control again. When the Harbinger cometh, the champions of the dawn shall descend. The maiden of the dusk shall descend. Bear witness to Tomos. Behold which side of the plain board shall a left tear-drenched and a dust settles. Be left tear-drenched when the dust settles, when all is said and done. Okay, so we have a little time. What we are going to do is we're going to go get Dragoon finished up. So let's go grab our warp ring. I'm going to go ahead and equip my Little Lance again. Not that one. Nice and now, the Dragoon quest, when we did it, we got into it part way, but we hadn't finished it up, so Give me a second here. I need to look this back up. Okay. So essentially what had happened is that we were curious about... So, little backstory to refresh us on what was happening with the Dragoon, because I'm reaching back. So, there aren't really any Dragoons left. They used to be far more available, but then there was a hunt for all the dragons and wyverns in the world because of Bahamut's brood and stuff like that. So, what happened was that a part of the time, the dragons got killed. There was a last Dragoon that happened, but it was done by who was Cyranoos, who you remember from earlier in the Sandoria stuff. He took on he went looking for the blood of the dragon, I believe is what it was called, or the rage of the dragon, to deal with the loss of his brother in the war. Not Rageless, it's Rahal, went and captured him, killing his wyvern in the process, I think. And then shutting him up in the Oblique, whatever it was, the dungeon underneath the chateau. So, what we're doing now is we're gonna go watch the cutscene of what happened. So, we were curious about wanting to, like, could we get another wyvern born into the world or whatever? Because they just kind of vanished. The population has shrunk so much that they just can't really recover themselves, more or less. We went and talked to somebody in the Sandoria Cathedral. The manuscript's talking about it. We went and found a Dragoon egg. We went and found a dragon egg. But we had to kind of stay hush about it because Rahal was the one who's been going around killing the dragons. Very specifically because of what Cyranoos did, I believe. So we went and got our dragon egg. We brought it back. The guy wasn't there, but somebody who said he knew him said, "Hey, I know how to hatch that dragon egg. If you'd like to do that, come with me to the Meritov place, and we'll hatch the egg." Now, specifically, I'm looking for a goblin footprint. I accidentally left the zone where I wanted to. Where is it? I need to find a goblin footprint for... Ooh, I have it. Goblin footprint. One we need for the Meritov Mountains. It is... the other side. Yuck. Okay. Okay, so instead of watching the cutscene like I thought, because it's going to take us... This is all the way down there. That's across the map. A little too far. Essentially what happens is that we place the dragon egg. It wakes up. The guy is happy about it, and then he slashes at the wyvern and basically almost kills it. He then... pronounces it's Cyranoos who's escaped from the prison and wants to take the power of the dragon back. So he does that and he teleports out. And Rahal explains everything that happened previously. The dragons, when they're born, apparently can show two different crests. The Holy Crest and I don't know what the other one is. The Dragon Crest, I think. One is good, one's evil. the wyvern that we released does not have a crest form, so we don't know which one it is. You get given a Dragon Curse remedy from Rahal, and then you run off to try and fight Cyrannus. It looks like it's at Gelspa Outpost. Thankfully, I can get to Gelspa pretty easily. On far. Port Gespa. So we have to go to where to fight this thing? The hut door at F10, G10. That one down there. Actually, it probably would have been a little faster to go to Ronfar instead. Let's work back to North Sandoria and run through Ronfar to get there. This will be a little closer, I think. Oh, do you want? I'm being silly. I'm being very silly. Why might I not think this through before? I do have a warp that can get us there. Called a Cavernous Maw warp. This is going to take just a touch longer than it normally would be, because I'm trying to show this cutscene again, but just as a refresher. Travel to this region, Port Sandoria. So once you activate Abyssia, it activates a pair of NPCs in every city, every one of the major nations that you're able to talk to go there. Because the Cavernous Maws are kind of out in the middle of nowhere, it can sometimes be a little hard to getting to them. They made an option for these guys. We're going to talk to Ivan. Teleport to a Cavernous Maw. Tarangi is right next to the end there. So we're going to warp. Boop. And there should be a goblin footprint right around here. There it is. So, we need to trade a little something. And have Ramblix show up. Now, I don't remember. Actually, I don't know if it's here. Oh, you want to know why? Because it's also the wrong zone. Must be that way. Pete's sakes. I'm getting my maps all mixed up now, aren't I? Build support. Patriation. Or repatriation, however it's pronounced. For some reason in my head, for the last little bit, So Rocky Canyon and Maritop Mountains have been the same zone. I'm getting them mixed up. Okay. Now. Back to the book. And let's do the Maritop Mountains. Nope, not the Maritop Mountains warp. The canyon one. And that would be... Well, Shushu? Yes. There we are. And we want to go north. Yep. This will put us where we need to be. Load. There it is. Ramblex. Huh? What the heck? Why isn't it working? Is there a delay? Is there a delay or something? It should just work. Huh. That is so odd. Why is it not working? Do I not have a cutscene here? Maybe that's the problem. Well, boo. There would be one here. Maybe because the cutscene still is, maybe because I still haven't finished. Anyway. Well, that stinks. Let's go off to Fort Gelspa. Yeah, it looks like there's a potential there's no cutscenes available because I haven't finished the quest, maybe? That's the only way I can assume that's what's going on. So, well, wasted time. So, because it's now the new day, and we actually are on a timer to try and finish this up tonight, I think I'm going to actually have to cut it loose there. I'll have to come back to do the wyvern stuff at another time. So, go back to Rawberg. So, sorry to disappoint, but we will have to come back to that. Hello, Ella. Please come on in. We're going to see if we can get to the finale of Winds of the Goddess tonight. We have been slightly stymied by waiting for the next Vanadil day. Luckily, each time we've done it, timing has been fairly good. We've been able to do it. That's why we haven't had to wait long. Okay. Wish the mounts were faster. I'm grateful for having the mounts. I am. Sometimes it just feels like it just takes a long time. I think I had to take my weapons off at this point. Maybe not. Okay. Jeth, I was just dreaming about you. You looking for Kate Sith? She made a brief stop here, but a moment ago on her way to Ronfar. Ronfar. That was where you and I first met, wasn't it? It's like a lifetime ago when I caught you there. At any rate, our feline friend should be in Ronfar. Why don't you try searching for her there? Ah, for Pete's sakes. I am so glad I have a warp ring. One of the best early item investments I've ever made. Okay, we need to go to the northwest corner at H7. Northwest. Okay, so kind of where that river starts to bend a second time. Straight ahead. Here we go. Right about here, actually. Hang on. Yeah. Kate Seth, where are you? Oh, east road south. She's in the past. I came to the present. Boy. Well, at least that's easy to fix. I think this happens every time I try and rush something, is that I always go just a little too quickly, and it causes problems. Sunset Catch, and they're in my league shell. Sunshine, not sunset. Let me out. Hey, here we go. Okay, same shtick again. There it is. More memories by the look of it. Heading off to Laval. Yep. Yeah, what brings you here, Jedith? Carried your feet to these parts? Actually, never mind that question. No need to answer. Jedith, I once told you that the brighter future was born from the hands, hopes, and dreams of the children of Altana. I am limited in the manner of aid I can lend you in this dark hour, not fully at liberty to assist. The responsibility to save the world from peril ultimately falls upon the champions of the dawn. Tell me true, Jedith. Do you believe that your future is not an illusion, not a figment of the imagination? Absolutely. Touches my heart to see how much you've matured since our first meeting, how dependable you've grown. Bearing the burdensome weight of the future, you're now attempting to soar. Take to the skies. You can see it, can't you? Visible to your eyes? The glow of light before you, Jedith, is a junction of eventualities. This place is a memory of you and Lillicet was born, came to be. It would seem we have no further need of this little one, has served its purpose admirably. From here onwards, I leave matters to the champions of the dawn in your capable hands. You must retrace your steps and gather all the dawn drops. In seeking them, you will find the paths that converge upon the brighter future, the reality in which you believe. And then you will attain the power needed to reach your destination, fulfill your mission. This is my concern, is that this is going to take a long time to do. We have to run to a lot of different locations. So we have to run out to Jugner, we have to run out to Laval, South Sandoria. Okay, so there's one in South Sandoria. That one's closest. So we'll get that one first. We'll run out to Jugner Forest and Laval, because they're basically right next to each other. We then go to Bucedin. And Zarkabard and Throne Room. But we're able to warp to all those locations, so it actually shouldn't take too long. The cutscenes, however, are a different story. If there are a couple minutes each for each one, I mean, we're talking 20 minutes of cutscenes here. So Well, maybe not. Nah, not nearly that bad. 15 minutes of cutscene. Still. Once we do that, we should end up with the Walk of Echoes, and it should be the finale fight, more or less. So, I'm still confident we can get it all done tonight. There it is. Okay, so I remember seeing all this stuff. By the way, it's me who's lowering the dialogue time whenever the dialogue shows up. Alexei Magnakov. Mayakov. Now the fat, you can't come to Laval. You must stand and do rehearsals. And after the memory got eaten up, show the magnificence of the Mayakov dance troupe. I think that's the one thing I'm gonna miss about Wings of the Gods, is that I can't speak Mayakov anymore. That's gonna be like the big selling point for me, honestly. Seth Rott in chat, when we first got going into it, he said, you know, Mayakov is actually a really cool character. And I was very open to the idea, and I absolutely love him. I might actually put him into my trust, into a trust group when I level up jobs, because I want to hear more of his text again, so I can just enjoy it. Okay, yeah, he's awesome. Speaking of the devil, all right, now off to Jugner. It's just interesting. In what way? I think I've had him out a couple times because he does Dancer, he wields two swords. Lower levels, he does Drain Samba. I think he does Haste Samba when you get over 40. And I think one of his weapon skills, he actually jumps on the enemy's head and like does a quick tapping salsa or something on it and then jumps back off. If I remember correctly. Okay, now we need to go to okay, now that's going into Laval. We're actually right here. Let's go ahead and just go in. The other one we have to get is Elegant Footprints from an earlier mission on the eastern side of the river. I'll figure that out in a second. Cornelia, out you come, dear. Now, for those of you who don't know, Cornelia, I think, is the president of Bastock's daughter. For job ability haste. Ah. Now, where is he? Where are you, my friend? He there. I know he is. Mayakov. The light shine on Vanadil fine this day. Then we get. Ow. We have to go to H9. Is that where we have to go? Blank target at K9. K9. Woof woof. K9. Okay, so not far. Good to know. Where are the other two? There he is. There they are. Sometimes the Trust just kind of get lost. Their pathing is goofed up or something. Okay, it's next to a house somewhere. Ah, there it is. This will have the scenes of the Spite Wardens and Rachel is getting hit with the curse and all that jazz, so. The Shadow Dragon getting summoned, yeah. Honestly, the Shadow Dragons are not exactly intimidating anymore. They usually are when you first see them, but after a little while, they're not intimidating anymore. Future Fabulous getting proposed, stuff like that. Okay. Back out to Jugner. Now the Regal footprints, I think, were closer towards the exit of Jugnar. Yeah, I think that's where I remember seeing them. Come here, stinkers. learned leg sweep. Okay. Welcome back from ads, everybody. Now, let's see. I kind of wish I could make it in such a way that I could trigger ads when we have to do a bunch of traveling in this game, so you guys aren't just sitting here watching me run across a landscape, you know. Not exactly the pinnacle of entertainment here. We were able to do something. I think something I saw that Gusty was doing, he basically had kind of like this fighting arena. You could jump in as a chat person and just did random jumps around and attacking each other. That could be decent. Apparently it occasionally needs to get reloaded because it just sometimes stops working. But I don't know. I need to look into something like that. Golden mushrooms. Okay, now I need to actually look this up because I can't remember I can't remember the elegant footprints. Oh, is that someone logging? Oh, it's a gobble mine going off. Ow! And it is at I-6. Oh, way up there. Okay. Okay, and then we need to run to... We have to get to Houston Glacier. Okay. That makes sense that it would be up there, because that's where we were. That's where we caught Kate Sith, and ran into Aquila, and 2 of the Kate Siths got captured. Perfect sense. I don't think I'm actually going to be able to cross here, though. Oh, no, I can. There we are. I have to remember, these are all the locations where we had memories with Lilith. So there are locations we've been to before. There it is. Huzzah. Yeah. It's raining Siths. Oh yeah, Aquila just sitting there. Well, that's not what we had. We had the doll. We had the doll, not the meat. So that's incorrect. Oh well. Okay. We got Ronfar, we got Laval, we got Sandoria, we got Jugner, we need Buston, Darkabard, Throne Room, and Walk of Echoes. Now, Buston, it's at H9. Is that at the bottom? Because this is us going to be tracking the... H9 is where we're going to be tracking the Kate Sith down for our trader. Not yet. Hang on. 9H. Yeah. Okay. This is going to be by the tree. Yeah. Well, we see the trader pop up. So. We spent so much time in Buston Glacier throughout this this part of the playthrough. Running up and down these plateaus. My goodness. Should be right around here. There it is. Okay. Okay. Ooh, it's darkness. Well, that's our zoom point. That's something different. We need to go to the red rally point. 5. I don't know why that wasn't working out the way I thought it was, but it turns out just right. It feels like at this point, when they were making this content, they were wanting to kind of go back and give a refresher of the entire story, so it actually made more sense, because there's not necessarily any compulsion other than doing the story and getting it done that makes people want to do it, like, all in a row, because you weren't required to. It wasn't like the main story quest in Final Fantasy XIV, where you just kind of have to keep going with the main story quest, and there's offshoot content as you go along, but you can just keep doing the story. In this one, the story is very much freeform of how and when you want to do it. I mean, look at me. I mean, before I started playing this character, my previous character... So it was a while between the missions? Oh, okay, that makes sense just as much. Okay. I guess that was kind of the, well, I want to say that's kind of the trend, because originally when you had content come out, it was all in like a single expansion, but with how the size of games when this was becoming more, I mean, this came out in what, 2000? Yeah, when did Wings of the Goddess come out? 2011, 2012? Yeah, well, that originally was Japanese Midnight, not not in a game day section. And they moved it up because the waiting an entire physical day was really annoying. And changed it down to a Vanadil day to show, like, there's progress of time here. You have to wait. But yeah, kind of this idea of you need to wait for things to actually, like, work out. In a storytelling sense, it works out really well. Yeah. 2007. Oh, okay. That makes sense, because when I was logging into the game, it was the Wings of the Goddess music that we just heard on the yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, but back then, because trusts weren't the thing, everybody had to party up. 75 was still the cap, which a lot of people still argue is the best. I kind of disagree at the moment. It was really hard to sometimes make progress in the stories because you had to level up, you had to go find notorious monsters, you had to go get your gear and stuff like that. Every time you went up several levels, you had to kind of re-gear your character to the next best thing. So yeah, big sections. So yeah, I think that's just something that Final Fantasy, that Square Enix has done a lot for their online games, because they do it for 14 now too. They do sections. In 14, it makes sense because dropping an entire expansion like all in one, people would just run through it like crazy, and then they'd have nothing to do, and they complain there'd be no content. They're piecemeal it out there because, one, it lowers the cost of the just the straight up cost of having people run through that. It's easier to bug fix, easier to troubleshoot doing sections of the game, as well as petering it out for people so that every 3 months there's new content that comes out. You know, it works out very nicely in that sense. I have become more of the I have become one of those people that originally I didn't like it that it did that, and I liked it, and now I'm going back to not liking it again. Yeah, it keeps people subbed. That's the whole deal, is that it's... 14 has very much made it very streamlined in the case of stay subbed because there's still content that we throw out. We're going to give you enough that you're going to be busy for the next 3 months, and then when new content comes out, you're starting to get bored, look, there's new content. But I've started to become started playing these other games that I've got. It feels nice to just have the entire game right then and there, and you can just play it all in one shot. Okay, now where is this thing? I already run past it. I think I ran past it. Oh yeah, because we didn't actually go all the way to the throne room. We just came here to the center of the walk. This is where it all went down. So yeah, I did run past it. Yeah, I think so too. I really do. Well, and the fact that there's so much content that... I think the issue is that there's so much content that it feels like you have to be in the game daily to even make sure that you're doing progress. And then people like me, we face burnout because we feel like if we don't plug in for several days, we've lost all that potential of progress. You know, getting relic weapons done, or, you know, for people who want to stay on top of the content, doing your weekly raids, you know. Which I stopped caring about so much. I stopped caring about actually doing like the daily to weekly raid stuff because you're making incremental armor bonuses that you'll eventually catch up anyway if you just keep on top of the dungeons, you know. Oh, I wonder how this is going to work out because, well, coming back to 11, just watching this, because we had Odin get summoned as the Dark Divinity. I wonder if we ever see Odin again. I can't imagine we do, because Lady Lilith is the main antagonist now. So, oh no, curious to see where things go from here. Okay, so now we've done that. Let's go ahead and run back out of here. It'll be interesting when I get into playing some of these other games that are online that I still haven't gotten into. I'm eventually going to do Path of Exile. I don't know when. I'm going to have to look into it a bit more because that can be a very in-depth game to go to. From what I've heard and read, you can get into it very in depth to the point of like to even play the game you need to actually do a bit of you need to do some downloading of like graphical patches and stuff that are community built to kind of root out a lot of basic stuff, so then you don't have to worry about it. Travel to another area. So we need to go to... Let's go back to Zendoria in the past. Yeah, eye level doesn't matter a whole lot. Well, no. Eye level only matters if you're keeping up with the story. So if you do the story content, don't play any of the dungeon stuff, don't get any gear within that time, you now have to go hunting for that gear. Because you won't have the same... Because I've had this happen a couple times. I come back to do patch content, and I'm not high enough to be able to do like the next dungeon or something like that. So I have to go get a piece of it, and it's not hard to do that, but it still takes time. Yeah, and Yeah, it'll carry you through everything, which I think is really nice. You don't have to go off and do whatever. As long as you're doing that and you're doing it pretty consistently, you'll get taken care of just fine. I think the only time when you have to do, when you have to take the quest gear is if it's your first time going through the area to level your gear up, so then you can go into the dungeons. And then at that point, you're kind of running the dungeons daily to make sure that you're getting more to raise your eye level in general. Okay, to Grauburn. No, but I really do like that system. It is really nice. I do wonder, it's always interesting. After a patch comes through, I always wonder what job they're going to next introduce into Final Fantasy XIV. Well, and it's also interesting because I read something about, there was an interview with Yoshi P recently, talking about potentially trying to reboot Final Fantasy XIV a second time. And I'm not quite sure what he meant or wanted to do with that. I mean, probably what I'm imagining is that it was something along the ideas of being able to start it fresh with new code, so it wasn't... Oh yeah, yeah, that's true, yeah. Will not get ungraded till the middle of the base expansion, yeah. Anyway, back to the thing with Yoshi P. I didn't end up reading through the article. I really should have done, but it sounded like Yoshi P wanted to reboot the game, reboot 14. Yeah, it was Japanese to Korean, then English. Oh, yeah. Well, just going off of it, let's just go with a theory here. In the hypothetical, 14, when it launched, was crap. It was poorly optimized. It was like 11. It didn't go over well. They took down the game for a couple years, brought it back to 14. It was a Korean interview? Okay. Yeah, that's right, because it was from Korea, so he's speaking Japanese to their Korean. The Korean is then getting translated to English. Yeah, so lots of mistranslation there. But because of what they did to try and salvage 14, they spaghetti coded a lot of stuff. So they've been running into issues with that. At some point, I imagine that they're going to want to upgrade their engine, which does all kinds of things. Games usually get a game engine upgrade to deal with a lot of past code that is somewhat redundant or has been patched so much. 14 by itself has an amazing track record of rarely breaking for me. I don't think I've ever had it break for me. I've never had a glitch or anything like that. And if it happens, they usually catch it pretty quick. And if it's something severely dire, like Radon Hardcore, they come up with a solution pretty darn quick, or they do a hotfix or something. But from what I would see is that if they were going to redo 14, they would start from scratch with new code and bring it back up to snuff where we have now, but it's far more streamlined, it's easier to work with, and then they're able to update it quicker. I don't see that being particularly possible unless Square Enix throws a lot of resources into it, because that's a whole nother thing. Okay, do I have to take off my gear? I don't think so. Let's go into Walk of Echoes. Okay, the last Walk of Echoes spot, the last one we need, is the middle of the walkway, west side. It's over here somewhere. Ah, it was this thing over here. What? Oh, because that's not a blank. That's a question. That's a triple question mark. That's different. South of the conflux. over here. Aha! There it is. And welcome back. Yeah. I've been playing since 2.3 on and off, and I've never run into any actual bugs. But I probably also haven't played like all the content super thoroughly, so like some people have. No, 14 in and of itself is actually a very well done game. I mean, the other thinking is, and the reason why I was thinking like redoing the engine and stuff like that is because they did a mobile release of it. Now, I know why they did a mobile release. China has a humongous mobile market. So playing Final Fantasy XIV on your phone is huge. Broken cutscene and a out of bounds bug. Yeah. See, that's not even truly weird. That's just, you know, maybe some bad coding or something. Other glitches would be like items not working or you know, weird stuff that you like see in Destiny like all the time. Okay, so I got my primal glow, I think. Yes. Maiden of the Dusk. Okay. Oh, I have to go back out and examine it again to get another cutscene. And then we go back in here. Welcome back, Jedith. Good to see you return. You don't have to worry about me anymore. I'm feeling fabulous, as only a newborn could. How about yourself, Jedith? Are you ready for the final leg of our journey? Ready as I'll ever be. Let's do this. Then let us be off. Jedith, Kate Sith, how long was I asleep? Not so long that you missed out on much. Still up to speed. Truly? Because it felt like an eternity to me. I was locked in a seemingly endless dream, you see, one where I saw myself, but in another future. As a child, that girl was no different than who I was, but the unending strife of the Crystal War forced her to walk a path far more grueling than my own. Unable to bear the grief and suffering all around her, she arrived at a decision. Yep. To restore a measure of peace back to the world, she chose to take on the burden of immortality. And it changed her, irrevocably. You speak of Lilith, her alternate self. Truth be told, I envied her so. It's everything I'm not. Mature, charismatic, indomitable. More attractive, in my opinion, but we'll not say that. But above all, possessed of absolute power. Time and again, I found myself yearning to have even a fraction of her strength. Then perhaps I might have made a greater difference. That's the glowing presence and seduction of power. Typically evil. Well, here we are. We are here. On a little set to stiff upper lip and all that. Okay, this fight, I'm actually going to swap my weapon back over. Back to a katana. Okay. So for what it seems like, it's not particularly hard to fight. There is simply a weapon called Fatal Attraction, which is a charm. And you just have to look away from her. Okay. You took so long getting here that I figured you got swatted up whole, galled up in one fell swoop. Which, by the way, is what's going to happen anyway. I don't understand what... Oh! Oh! This is cutscene stuff, I think. Well, shoot! Okay, yeah, this is Rhapsodies of Vana'diel stuff. Okay, so, if I remember correctly, we went to the Walk of Echoes to try and figure out more stuff about the darkness and the emptiness, the darkness, whatever it is, for Rhapsodies. And we came here to help get help from Kate Sith. I think what we had done is that we had gone to... I got mustard on my shirt. One second. We had gone to a couple places trying to figure out how we could get Iowa back into the world. We went and spoke with Phoenix and Carbuncle to try and understand what was going on. We then went to Alexander to find out to get who revived Iowa for a little bit, but was able to figure out, oh, she's not part of this world anymore. She's stuck out of time. We have to go talk to Altana. So that's why you come to the Walk of Echoes with Kate Sith and Lillicet to try and figure out if we can talk Atamos into letting her stay, basically. Because seemingly what's happened, because she's out of time, Atamos keeps devouring her because she's not in the right spot. She's out of place. So, oh, it's Atamos. It's multiplying and replicating itself. And we get another person with this weird mask on. Alto Obscuro. What? What? Don't think I'm oblivious to what's going on here. That I'm utterly without clue. You're trying to wrest Atamos' power for your own nefarious ends. Hey, Sith, look out! Ooh! Oh, that little squeak. Yeah? Volto Oscuro, I think is the name of the character. And whoever they are, they keep having this mask on, so the mask is more or less the person, rather than the being underneath. The future is for us to decide, not you. Even if there are some things I would change, I still love this world. Yes, some crosses are difficult to bear, and you dare lash out at things we find unjust. But our future is supposed to be bright, full of laughter, not wrecked with despair. Nothing can stop you from protecting all that Vanadil can be. Nothing. I shall change this world. Without the power of darkness, I cannot. Atamos, now! Devour him! Take that vacuum and suck! Ooh! His body morphed oddly. Oh, yes it did. What the flip? Jenneth, look out! Flying space whale? What in the world? Oh no, Jenneth got sucked in. Don't worry, never fear. If anyone can come out unscathed, it's him. You foul creature, masked madman! I'll fight you tooth and claw! Where are we now? Oh, we're back out in Drawberg. Great. Okay, so I think I have to fight this thing first. Cetus. I think there's a creature like this in 14. It's purple. Doesn't have the big horns on it and stuff. And it was in one of the Shadowbringer dungeons, I think. And it's like the one, maybe 2 times you've ever seen this thing. Even sounds like a whale. Ow! got that crooning whale call. Jeth, I can't believe it. He got away, fled for the hills. He absorbed Atomo's power and skedaddled out of here before either of us could stop him. After my impassioned speech, too. Oh, I can be so scatterbrained. I made my bed, so I've got to lie in it. This masked man, this ambassador of the void, I got the sense that he's holding back. He was able to bring Atomos to its knees, and he could obliterate us with the snap of his fingers. But he didn't. Jeth, have you been declawed or something? Lost all your gumption? With Atomos weakened, your bright future is not but dust scattered before the wind. And we have no hope? Before he was completely drained, he gobbled it all up. I saw it with these two eyes. And you call yourself a savior of Vanadil, protector of the realm. Did you actually have to save the universe? Or did you just want to take credit for it? Hey, now, Kate Sith, come off it. If someone's complaining so loudly, your hands are quite warm from hiding them under your posterior. Yow! But it stings to admit that there's a kernel of truth in that. What do we do now? There's still an idea of meeting Altana, but how does one go about finding a goddess? Perhaps your friend Ira can provide us with answers. After all, she's the one who bid us to absorb light into your orb. If you think that there's still some light left to gather, then the future may not be as doom and gloom as Kate Sith thinks. You think I'm full of bluster and bravado? Then let me show you what I'm made of. Demonstrate all that I can do. You do that for us? My whiskers can tell your fortune better than any old bones. And right now, they're telling me that your best chance to meet Ira is to head back to Norg. And you got all that from your whiskers. If that's what you say, then I'll choose to believe you, I suppose. The best course of action is for us to split up. I've got responsibilities to find out about Lilith's future. I'm sorry that I've got to prioritize that. But just like that orb, I'll always be there by your side. Never forget that. Be safe, Jeth. Pretty sure that just was a little bit of a... That was a little bit of a spoiler there. Oh no. I forgot to tell them. For someone who came from the future, his form here was quite solid, wholly unyielding. I have a feeling that he, as other masked companions, exist in this timeline as well. Then there's something else I saw for a brief moment. Laid my eyes on for a fleeting instant. The eyes never lie, but can't be. Okay. Now, takes us back to Norg. We're not going to do that. Though, I do question... I've kind of lost track of what it is. Because you can do this at multiple different stages of your game, it has all that written out in the... excuse me. It has it all written out in the wiki. So it's just a lot of text that I have to, like, parse through. Husky Canadian, hey, haven't seen you in a few weeks. Welcome back. All right, back to Maiden of the Dusk. So you finally come. Your clash with my spite wardens was a sight to behold. That a band of misfits could bring father and mother both to their knees. I would be lying if I said I weren't grievously disappointed. But no matter, for there exist yet stronger pieces at my disposal. Lilith! Come to reclaim our future. We won't allow things to go your way any further. Ever a fount of brazen statements, I see. But do you honestly believe that you can defeat me? We can triumph over you, overcome darkness. With our own hands and paws, we'll pull up your future of death and destruction by the roots. Very well. Seeing as you refuse to accept your fate with grace, I shall take it upon myself to expedite your doom. Hate Sith. Pleasure of destroying you, I shall save for the very last. Thou servant of the goddess, you shall bear witness to the final moments of your beloved champions of the dawn. Listen to me, Lilith. You and I were one and the same. I know of your suffering as if it were my own. In my dream, I felt the grief and pain that engulfed you. I understand the burden you willingly chose to bear, all for the sake of mankind. We're connected right down to the core of our being. You know this to be true. Still your tongue! Behold this immortal body, these magnificent claws and majestic wings. Oh, I behold. Besides my transcendent existence, you were just a worm writhing under the earth, unfit to even lie amidst my shadow. Do not presume to relate yourself to me. Your fate lies within the palm of my hand. I shall personally crush your fabricated reality from existence. I shall cast aside the shackles of your false goddess and preside over the world as its rightful ruler. All right. Now, do I fight this alongside Lilith? Lilith? Go ahead and spawn a couple trusts. Come, be crushed from existence alongside your false reality. He seems smaller. Why does he seem smaller? He should be like 14 feet tall. Well, I'm like 10 feet tall. Whoa, that was fast. Impossible that I could be bested by mere minions of a false goddess. This cannot be. I know that people have a lot of trouble fighting the amped up version of this fight. Have we triumphed? Lilith? Lilith? Oh boy. Full to the very last. Lilith, this is the thing that felled me from on high. Absurd. I refuse to suffer this humiliation. I will bow before neither God nor man. For the sake of my people, in the name of my world, all of your kind, your gods shall be given to the flames. Ooh! Lilith Ascendant. The world is mine by rights. No, this cannot be. Yep, very simple. There's like a giant cutscene at the end of this then. It's over, Lilith. End of the road. We give chase, Jeth. After her. How could this be? How could I lose? No, I refuse to admit defeat. Jedith! Oh, light and dark feathers. Very picturesque. It's almost as devouring their memories. Both of theirs. Once it completely engulfs the dark future, claims for the void, it shall fall into stasis. But what will become of the Lisette? Oh, is Thomas going to Independence Day on us again? Why won't it stop? Something's gravely amiss, out of place. Oh, I'm starting to fade now. Uh-oh. No! Atomos, you must eat him! Inedible! Why are you doing this? For what end? All futures stand equal. As a one-winged bird knows not the skies, a one-armed scale serves not its purpose, not exempt from the absolute law. Oh, what? No! Atomos chooses not. It makes Atomos sound like it doesn't have free will. Atomos? It's not a preserve. It's gone and overreached itself, overexerted. It must be trying to devour the memories of the goddess and the dark divinity both. Swallowed them. Swallowed more than its fill. Uh-oh, Atomos has blown a gasket. Phew, I'm me again. All memories in time ever consumed are being set free, released to their respective worlds. Ah, so the three dancers that are going to get their memories back of Lilithset. Yay! Ready to support ya! Woohoo! Happy little dancey dance. Insufferable child. Savor this moment. Float to your heart's content, for your will has prevailed. Tell me, Lilith, is there no way to stop Atomos and disentangle our two realities? Unless we do something, our worlds will collapse. Soon to ask, the solution of me, it's a cursed world, be fed to the void, for all I care. But this means your future will vanish as well, and everyone with it. I don't want that to happen. I want both our realities to continue existing side by side. I've come to realize this now. You must close the gates. The gates? You mean Atomos? But how can that be done? To end the encroachment of one's reality upon another, the gates must be sealed from both sides. From both your world and mine? Do not look to me for help. My eyes darken. My hour of departure is nigh. You must cross over to my world, the world of strife, and then seal off Atomos. Ever slow to comprehend, I see. Listen to me, child. You must assume my mantle. Replace me as Lady Lilith. Me? Replace you? Heed well my words. For this shall be the first and only boon I ask of you. Cross over to my world, end the encroachment between our realities. Upon accomplishing that, you must rise as the new Lady Lilith. In my stead, lead mankind to a future of peace and prosperity. Seems like there's no other way. I understand. I'll do as you ask. You once said that you envy my strength, my maturity, and beauty. Yes. Know that I, too, envy who you are. All you possess. Your youthful innocence and optimism. Scores of faithful friends upon whom you can rely. There existed a time in my life when I was much like you. Go now, Lilith. Do not neglect to say your farewells. Lilith! Lilith! Oh, thank the goddess you haven't taken harm. We must quit this place without delay. Put distance between it and ourselves. Wait. I can't leave with you. The gates, they must be closed. Unless someone stops the two realities from breaching one another, there's no future for us. For anyone. What do you mean? What is your meaning? I must cross over to the world of strife and seal off Atamos from there. What did you say? Come again? But that's not all. I want to grant Lilith, my other self, her dying wish. Jeth, as I seal off Atamos from Lilith's world, I need you to do the same in ours. And then we must keep watch over it, making certain that the two realities collide no more. Patiently and resolutely until the day Atamos turns to stone. Anything from my Lilith. I don't like her that much, but I'll go with the story. Thank you, Jeth. I knew I could depend on you. Now then, let us go and finish this. What we're about to do? It's a grand finale worthy of the proud name of Future Fabulous, don't you think? Jeth, I want you to have this, to remember me by. Come what may, I won't ever forget you. So promise me you won't ever forget me either. Countless journeys we embarked upon, battles we fought, insurmountable odds we overcame. Every single moment we spent together, even the mundane, I will treasure for all my days. Space and time may separate us, but you will always be a part of me. Well, this is it. I'd best be off. Kate Sith, Jedith, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for everything. Till we meet again! Lilith. Lilith! Has Atamos stopped? Should Lilith succeed in closing the gateway, Atamos will gradually revert to a petrified state, fall into a deep slumber. The process may take years, perhaps decades, but the distorted time will eventually become dormant. Distort time no more. Jeth, I fear the hour of our parting too has come. Time to say goodbye. My mission here is accomplished, the purpose of my existence fulfilled. The gods needs no longer weep, no further calls for sorrow. As such, I must make like a tear and dry up, disappear. Thank you, Jeth. It's been swell fighting alongside you. Have myself a gay old time. Take good care of your future, you hear? Watch over it in Altana's name. Get the moonshade earring. Now, I think it says in here that there's like no easy way to get out of here. Gotta bring a warp of some sort. Luckily, I always will have one on me. Out we go. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Depending on certain things, it has different effects to it. I looked it up once and I was like, what do I use for this? Like how would I use it in such case? I can't remember. Because it can have different effects. I just don't remember how those are triggered. Travel to another home point. It has augments? Oh, okay. Okay, so we want to go back to... Run far front. Now, I'm a little confused on how for Rhapsodies of Vana'diel, how does Lilithset come back to time? Because if she seals off Atamo, she can't time travel anymore. Maybe that's a plot leak. I don't understand. So, between times when we did the last thing for Rhapsodies of Vana'diel and today, there were a couple small cutscenes that happened. One of them was us running into Lilithset, who... An order of events because people had the expansions done when... Yeah, so, yeah, I understand that. That's why I was trying to be a little careful with Rhapsodies, because of how that is. Yeah, I want the TP bonus 250, yeah. Oh, I don't look at that. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to go ahead and bring up my my end game. Look at the community samurai guide. So I want to look. When I look at... Aha, there it is. Yeah, high-tier Fudo Impulse build. Or Shoha variant. It has our Moonshade Earring. And our... Okay. Yeah, so very much important to keep that with us. We have to do the augment. So I'll have to look into that. Okay. So yeah, there was a couple places where talked in and went to Walk of Echoes, along with the TP bonus. Yeah, I'll have to look into it because it just shows. It doesn't. It just shows the. It only shows the Moonshade the Moonshade Earring. It doesn't show what the augment in particular is for the guide. So I will have to look up specifically what it's going to require. The store TP certainly, because then I can whack out, I can do spam, I can spam things like crazy. Yeah, the fact that it's used for weapon skills and stuff like that, I'm not surprised. Yeah, it's not written out on the side. Anyway, I'll look into it. Ah, Jet, gorgeous the light eyes. Word of your valorous exploit on the Valorian front hath been resounding all over Thandoria. Everyone speaks with high praise of the crucial role you played in securing a foothold in the struggle. But think that it was I who saw your potential from the very start. My uncanny senses of perception never failed me, I tell you. With your valuable services, our North fronts are able to regroup. They're preparing for the final offensive as we speak. Oh, glorious day! Is something amiss? You don't seem to be deriving any pleasure from the happy tidings. Talk with Mykov about Lilith. Lilith? That's no name that that's neither this dancer has ever heard. Your Charthy partner who fought beside you throughout the war, you say? Oh, come now, Jenna. We both know your mods to a fault, and this is no doubt is outly some ploy to catch attention away from yourself. These ears of mine hear many a rumor, but they shall speak. You, the dauntless lone wolf, aroo aroo. Rachelus, marvelous news! The Redless has been reinstated to the Royal Knights. Numerous persons of influence sent their petitions. That's a lot of lists. That's a lot of lists for there. The Allied headquarters, you say, and his dismissal was unquestionably overturned. What's more, they're looking for ever more likely that the Knights of the Ironcrest Hawk will be reinstated under his command. Truth be told, that Sir Radalis appeared to have lost all recollection of his time in Vandalia will give him pause. But seeing him back otherwise hale and hearty is more than anyone can ask for. Now hold on to your proverbial hatch, for here comes the biggest, most exhilarating news to crown them all. It pleases me to have no end to tell you of a wedding date has been set. Huzzah! Who's the wedding? Whose wedding, you ask? Why, who else but the very own Dream People, the Rachelus and Portia? With opposites even taking place both on and off the battlefield, the prevailing mood of the Allied forces here have become one of optimism. The third time, a lisping sigh, gosh. I think what they did is, I swear, they took every S and C noise that does and they just wrote it out in the script, and they just did a TH. That's why it grabbed all the sighs. Because how do you lisp with a sigh? It feels like forever. It's like forever since we've had occasion to celebrate. Little clumsy hand tracking there, but serviceable. Here's an official invitation with your name on it. Knowing your incurably propensity for wanderlust, the Redolith entrusted it to my safekeeping. The ceremony will be held at the Temple of the Goddess in Juneau. I shall make my way there presently. See to it that you throw up in a timely fashion. And yourself as a lone wolf. Aroo, aroo. Okay, so then we've gotten the wedding invitation, a token of troth, and then we're gonna go to Juneau. All right. We're not gonna do that quite yet. We're gonna wait just a little longer. Excuse me. Getting a little gassy. I'm a little surprised by that. All right. Yes. getting low on water. I need to go get some more. You're here to attend the wedding of Sir Regulus and Lady Portia. The ceremony will be held at the Temple of the Goddess in Upper Juno. You had best hurry. It is due to commence momentarily. Oh, it's you. You're Jeth, Portia and Mr. Mayakov's good friend, right? Proceedings are about to commence. Hurry up already. Will those in attendance kindly clear a pathway to the altar? Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to witness the joining of Sir Regulus B. Balamotte and Portia Fontaine in holy matrimony. Will the groom and the bride approach? Oh, look, they look so good! I forgot that's like the actual wedding garments you can get, I think. She looks absolutely stunning! I can wait the day when I walk down the aisle, garbed like though. What? What the fuck? Expressing? I meant the tuxedo, silly. In time immemorial, the goddess Altana wept tears of benevolence upon the land, and from those tears we were born. Then the goddess bade us to love one another. It is our creed and our mission that only love can restore Vanadil to her former beauty. Today, these two before us have heard the goddess's word in their hearts. They are brave, for this is the first step of a long journey. Sir Regulus, do you take this woman as your sacred wife, to love for all eternity and never betray, even should your blade be sundered and your quiver emptied? On my honor, I do. Portia, you take this man as your sacred husband, to love for all eternity and never betray, even should your blade be sundered and your quiver emptied. On my honor, I do. Now, say unto one another the holy vows. I will be Portia's sword. I will be at Portia's side, defending her from harm's edge, and repelling her foes always. I will be Sir Regulus's dagger. I will be at Sir Regulus's side, defending him from harm's edge, and repelling his foes always. Pretty decent vows. He didn't give the okay. He didn't say, now you can kiss the bride. You just went off and did it. By the power vested in me, I pronounce you man and wife. May the glory and fortunes of war be with you. Now go forth. Your journey lies before you. Pretty decent wedding vows. Yay, clappy claps. Congratulations! Congratulations, you old dog. Always had to be first in everything you did. Don't you dare make Portia cry, elsewhere you shall answer to me. I'm so happy for the two of you. Never mind me. Something in my eye and all. The reception will be held in Rulud Gardens shortly. I will see you there, Dennis. I will see you there, Dennis. Examine again. Judith! We're so glad that you could be with us on our special day. If it weren't for you, Sir Reginald and I might have not made it this far. Or certainty. This would be a really good wedding reception location. All the white marble and stuff. The clear skies. None of us have memory of what transpired in Valdonia, nor do we know how to be back in Sandoria. The only link we have is that in our blank of our recollection is a parchment we found on us upon awakening. On it are scrawled simply the words, "Be sure to thank Judith and Lillicet." A mystery was sure, but it would seem we two owe you much more than we can remember. Another mystery being this Lillicet. Is this person known to you, perchance? Lillicet gave me this earring. Why, this earring is identical to mine. I never imagined I'd see another. What is this grief that racks me so? On the happiest day of my life. Please forgive me. I don't know what brought on the tears. All of a sudden, it felt as though there was a gaping hole in my heart. So I'd lost something terribly dear to me. That walk. Well, why isn't Judith enjoying the festivities? I trust. The bouquet toss is about to take place. I wonder who the lucky last will be. Tee-hee. If it flies right into his hands, I'm gonna laugh. Now, is it going to be a case of them all jumping for it? Who caught it? Who caught it? Come on, tell us! Oh my, lovely beyond words. Why, it's as if the goddess herself blessed this union with her divine presence. So who caught it? I don't get it. Did it just go poof? Lillicet. An enchanting name, brimming with warmth and hope, yet somehow forlorn. Beautiful name, my love. It seems we're aware of a mind, my lord. Alrighty. I believe we have to go back to Grauberg again. Oh, they're doing emergency maintenance on the Apollyon. They must have run into some kind of glitch or something. That just happened today, so... Or last night, I guess. Okay, so we're going to take a little longer tonight because there's two more things that we can do as the epilogue. I'm going to be right back, get some water, and then we're going to jump off and do that. So... it involves another fight. But, yeah, be back in just a minute. Okay. I'm going to refill my water bottle. Now. Then back to Grauberg. So yeah, when I look at the stuff, yeah, it doesn't show the little augment symbol like it does on some of the other stuff. So for some reason it just does not tell me what I should be getting for the augments. Obviously the store TP, obviously. But it does not say anything for the first augment. Is what I would want. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, here comes our sneeze that we wanted an hour ago. And there we go. There's our sneeze, and oh. Okay. Now, for the Moonshade earring, it doesn't show any way, shape, or form if you want to try and get different augments on it. I'm assuming you can't? Because usually when it says to regain something, they give you an option of like, here's how you can go do it if you want to do it again. But it doesn't show here. Reality with reality collideth, and time returneth to the waltz. The hope of life restored, unto thee a single varnished tear shall wish thus. May thy courage never falter, may thy heart stay ever true. I shall imbue thy moonshade. The question was, if I wanted to get different augments for the moonshade earring, would I be able to? Because it doesn't show that on the wiki. Consider this a small gift to thee. Know that the vessel can house only such power as befits its diminutive size. Think well and choose wisely, lest thou shouldest later come to regret thy decision. I want it imbued with attack +4, and the latent effect, which is the TP bonus 250. So now we'll look like that. Art thou certain this is the power thou desirest? Aye. I have imbued the Moonshade earring with the power thou hast chosen. Take it and go with the blessing of the goddess. Okay, can you just redo the... so do you, like, redo a fight? Do you throw it away and just come back here and get a new one? I guess that was the main question, is like, how do I get a new Moonshade earring? Okay. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so it looks like to do more of this. Yeah. Looks like we're gonna have to run around a little bit more. Okay. But you know what? We're going to do it tonight. Why not? Let's have it so then when we come back to the game Monday, we start fresh. We start completely going into, like, Seekers of Adoulin. Okay, so log in for a cutscene. Jedith, me, Sith. Can't, not, strength. You, thoughts, gathering strength. Can you, me, past, far, jug, in place. Yeah, reconstruct me, complete. Power, me, no, ordinate door, waiting. Okay. So, from what that sounded like, it's like reconstruct me, recreate me, more or less. Now, let's see here. So we're going to warp back out again. So we have to go to East Ronfar, Druckner Forest, and Buston Glacier. Okay. Gotta do a little bit more running around. Let's see. Okay. Now. Assistance. Okay. The bottom of the ramp down from the campaign warp on the border of G9 and H9. So it should be kind of down here. So there's that one. That's not the same one, though. Shouldn't be, anyway. Oh, nope. I'm incorrect. That was the one we needed. I guess we would be recreating. We'd be basically doing the same thing we did for for Lilith, going around and gathering all those points. We're doing the same for Kate Sith, so that's one place where we went. And here's Moana. Teleportation. Yes. Okay. There's two places that we can go to. Not too hard. H7. That would have been the same place that we just were at, more or less. So I say we just at where we were an hour ago. Right here. Ta-da! Okay, we're gonna go ahead and run back. We're gonna warp out to the book there and walk through, because we'll be back at the lake. Okay. Also wanted to go into my house, go to the Mog wardrobe, toss in the Moonshade earring. Okay. 3 breaths of the dawn. Woohoo! Okay, run back in here. Okay. Back to Witchfire Glen. So, I think it says here... Fastest way is through Rolandberry Field's entrance to Walk of Echoes via Light Swarm. Oh, is that because there's a warp 2 there from... Because in Pashout Marshlands, there's a place you can go to. I'll take you there. I think that's why it's talking about that. No, hang on. Because there's 2 ways you can do it. Is there not? Can't you just talk to any of the... Man, I'm being very indecisive at the moment. Here, let's go this way. Because I think you can also talk to the Cavernous Maws and choose to go to the Walk of Echoes. So bright. Oh, okay. It actually says to go through the Pashout. Okay. Because I think I did that previously off stream, as I was curious about it. I got slightly confused there. Okay. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Man, it sounds kind of odd in here, as all the chirping and noises in the reeds. This is a swamp, of course, so, or a marsh specifically. Okay. I do want to let you guys know that I did kind of have a long day just mentally, just with all the stuff for the background check happening, and then, you know, just that always is just a crack my head open, turn it to eggs kind of deal. And then kind of working on stuff in Abyssia and trying to learn more about what to do there, and then getting into the stream itself. And the stream's longer than normal. Everything that's going to go happen tomorrow. Anyway, while we're making our way there, which we're getting pretty close. Reminder, tomorrow it is birthday stream, so I'll be starting at about oh, I always get this conversion wrong. It's going to be 9:30 my time, so it'll be 8:30 PST, is that right? Or would it be 10 p.m.? Yucks. Anyway, and we will be doing a stream. We will be doing streams more or less all through the day. We've got multiple games. They're all going to be brand new, so they're all blind. We're going to be learning a couple different games. Final Fantasy will not be one, nor will Hard Space Shipbreaker. The games are kind of staying a mystery. Kind of been a mystery. I have not posted anything specifically. We're not doing them in a particular order. But we're going to do stuff like The Siege and Wall World and Nova Lands. We might do Railgrade. We might do Helldivers 2. All kinds of good stuff. So please come in if you have a chance. It's going to be going for a good chunk of the day. If I'm not online when you see me, I'm taking one of the breaks that I need, or I will be back in literally like a minute because the stream will have disconnected for just a small portion and then back again. So, okay, talk to this. Okay, well then let me go to the Walk of Champions. Oh, the Walk of Echoes. Boo! Do I have to go back out to Grauberg? I probably do. Okay, if you've opened it with Void Watch quests, close to Survival Guide total. Yeah, that one didn't work. Well, boop. We'll have to warp out via... Okay, now we'll have to run back. Anyway, so please, come on in, stay for a little while, wish me a happy birthday, shower me with gifts, only if you really feel like you can. But yeah, it's going to be a fun day. It's going to be a little bit of a long day for me, but I honestly want to have people come in and spend a little time with me and just, in general... have some fun, so. Ah, boo. Okay. Now let's warp to Grauberg, because we know that one works. Okay. We're nearly there. We're nearly done. Whew. Okay. In we go. So this is a little surprising to me. I'm looking at what we get as rewards for the fight that we're about to have. And I'm a little surprised. So I will keep my mouth shut. I'll let you guys enjoy the surprise itself. Okay, we got the 3 breaths of dawn. In we go. Yeah! Jeth, I can finally communicate like before. You're the best! Forgot how I promised to be of use of you, serve you well. Forgot? Yes, forgot. Failed to remember. Be of use? But I can help you. No, not the way you might hope. Our world has rules too. Ways of doing things must abide properly. Rules which go beyond the world of men, encompass the entirety of all universes and dimensions. Don't ask me why. I didn't make them. I just play by them. Or have you forgotten all that you have learned? Had your memories consumed? Let us then wake them up with a spar, a contest of claws. Unless, of course, you'd rather not. Pain isn't my forte, and when it comes to love and peace, I'm quite content. Very happy indeed. I'll let you decide what's best. I'll return these to you. If you have need of me, just use them and I'll come bounding to your side. Curiosity may have killed decay, but indecision is what'll finish you. If you decide to use them, they'll be gone forever whether you fail or triumph, and you'll have to start from square one. Make a fresh beginning. Imagine what a pain it would be to slink around to all those places again. Don't worry your tail off. Now that I'm as good as new, one place should be enough, more than sufficient. I'll be here grooming myself whenever you're ready. Good to go. Well, don't let me walk in on you doing that. Okay, so we are back. We're gonna go in for a second time. We are ready for a cat fight. As you stand before my gates, Chad, can mean only one thing. You're ready to fight me, to the claw. Don't expect me to paw around. Come, give it your all. I'm not gonna even bother summoning trust. We're running late as it is. Don't hold back. I can take whatever you throw at me. Actually, I might be in a little bit of trouble here. Hitting me for 79. It's not bad. Has some ice spikes. Good thing I did that. I anticipated the attack. There we go. Well done. What's more to expect from the Champion of the Dawn? I know all the Cade Siths will lend you our strength, all of our capabilities. There may be a limit to what I could do for you, but speak. Say your piece. What is it you desire? For Lilith to... I can't do that. It's something well beyond my powers. Physically and magically impossible. Besides, her departure was her own wish in the end. I think how she was prepared to... No, I can't. But surely you won't require a thorough explanation, a total rundown. One of the goddess's wings is too clever for that. Your services as an avatar. Yes, you can get her as a summoner summon. Are you sure? Completely positive? Correct. Understood. Perfectly clear. Consider your wish granted. So now I have 2 furry friends for summons. Carbuncle and Cade Sith. Contract is complete. Signed and sealed. I'll fight by your side as long as you draw breath. What's wrong? I can't stand long speeches. Do you expect something special? Oh, hush, it's all part and parcel of the deal. Don't worry. I haven't deceived you, led you astray. That's it. Show's over. Go with Altana, esteemed champion of the dawn. Is a very good summon? Well. I'm curious how good they are, because when I looked at the abilities that they don't have a whole lot. They do have a sleep, which is, I think, the one thing that the summoner didn't have. I must make like a tear and dry up, disappear. Do you remember those words? My soliloquy? There's no sense in hiding the truth from you, so I'll let it all come out. Come clean. What remains of me here is but a fragment. That's right. I'm a simple ghost. An apparition. I cannot tell whether I shall be permitted to stay or if I shall fade. Evidence. But I shan't give up for as long as you will have need of me. Now, if you're done caddying around, we've got work to do. Yeah? Spirit is willing, but the flesh is not. What a fur-raising proposition. Incredibly frightful. Well, I'll do what I can. Go into magic. And Cade Sith. Ding, ding. We eventually will get to the point where I actually go through and actually get all the avatars for Summoner. That will be way in the future, I think. That'll be after we get, like, Rhapsodies of Vana'diel done and get all the experience boosts that we get from all the key items there, so. Now, is there multiple ways to get out of here? Or is this just the only way? I assume this is the only way. Anyway, we can go ahead and do ourselves a warp, because there's not anything we really need to do. We will come back to this when we get all of the... nation stories done for the past, because I think we get something extra for trust here, if I remember correctly. Yeah, requirements. Have completed the trust initiation quest in one of Sandoria, Bastok, or Windurst. Oh, I think we can just go straight back in again. Because this gets us our Lilith cipher. Oh, wow. Yeah, raise 3 and re-raise. That could be cast on other party members? Ooh. Oh, yes, indeed. That's very good. Okay, so we have yet another... We have another fight here. We should be able to get right into. You need to have unlocked trust to trigger this cutscene. Of course I've unlocked trust, are you silly? There's Kate Sith again. Jeth, I knew you would come back. Return to me. Things have gotten a bit hairy since you were here last year. I helped you before, but now it's your turn to lend me your aid. Listen to my plight. You've always been such a good friend, a friendly do-gooder, so pure of heart, in fact, that I'm sure you can hear her calling out. Close your eyes and open your ears. And here, please. Altana. Ata. Forbid. Dark. Kindred. So, can you hear her calling out to you? Asking you things? Only when you can feel her heart and spirit will you be able to fully comprehend, fully understand. Please help her. Grand fight. Dark future. We gave it our all. We tried to stop the Kindred, and one false step would have spelled ends. I tried, but the cavernous maw I sealed, they opened it. You see, Lilith is fighting tooth and claw in her world, leading the just against the profane, the ones who wish to harm our world. Their raids on Shadow Kindred strongholds have sowed chaos and prevented the sinister forces from making further inroads. But now they set their beady little eyes on something bigger. Tamos. They want their foothold to turn into utter domination, and are trying to use the Walk of Echoes to return to the past, our past. Lady Lilith is a magnanimous maiden compared to them, and they leave no hope in their way, everything shrouded in despair. Please, need your... once more. I hope voice can reach. Is it... Jedith? I can't hear you! Hear me? Jedith? Waiting for... You really did it, Jedith. She could hear you. Understand what you said. Spoken like a true champion of the dawn. Time's come to quit catting around and tell you what's going on. Everything Lilith had said was true, fully verified. She ventured to the dark future and sealed the cavernous maws, which are being forced open by the Shadow Kindred. I haven't found the trump card, though, the entrance to the past here in the Walk of Echoes. Lilith has trapped those few who've stumbled close, but there's limits to what she can do on her own. Not to say that I didn't help, lend a hand, but everything happened so quickly, and it takes all of my strength to frazzle the gates that connect this world to that one. The arena within is burgeoning with demons and threatens to burst, explode into bits. They even poke their heads out a bit. They realized they couldn't come barreling through the entrance like a crazed goat-boo. Perhaps they're smarter than I thought. But we can't sit there wringing our hands while Lilith is holding them back in that arena. You'd be proud of how strong she's become, despite the circumstances. It'll be a meeting all Vanadil will remember. I'll take the plunge and tell her you're right behind me, which I assume you will be. Zip zap ping pong. All right. So, last fight. Burst of white feathers. Jeth, is it really? Never would I have thought to have seen you again, in either world. I can see I'm not the only one who's been doing some training. So, what do you think? I don't know. I'm gonna get some sass for this. Still the same old Lilith set. I don't know what kind of response I expected. But let's leave that aside. I've been doing all I can over here, not just for me, but for Lilith. It's not enough. One of the Dark Kindred's generals eked out a strange power from beyond the void. Remember, Jareth, how we tried to go back in time and alter the course of history? His goal is one and the same. Never thought he could succeed, but underestimating the enemy only sowed the seeds of our own defeat. It's all my fault. Had I only been more vigilant. It's thanks to Kate Sith that we barely managed to seal him inside. But his power, Jareth, it's real. Even worse, it's something I can't handle on my own. We can only keep him sealed in for so long before he inevitably breaks free. Please, lend me your aid one last time. We've got to vanquish him before the past is rewritten. All right, Future Fabulous, back in action. Oh my, I shouldn't be so peppy when the future of my world is on the line. If we're to see this through, we must remain 100% focused. Take a look. This is the key that will open the rift for us. Kate Sith will prepare another one if things turn sour, so return to the arena's entrance if you need to be transported again. I couldn't be more ready. Let me show you what I'm made of. Come on. Now, from what I see here, they have Doom moves. I hope I can kill them before I get killed. That would suck. Forbidden Reunion. Oh, dang. I'm twitching with anticipation, Jeth. It's now or never. So we got Gloom Scale and Gloom Talon. Let's get Gloom Scale done. I think Gloom Scale's the nastier of the two. Gloom Talon's not being, is attacking a little set. Offer. Soul Douse, all right. Uh-oh. Spell failed to take effect. Uh-oh. Yeah, we might be in well, no, it's Kursna. Lilith had actually changed into Lady Lilith. Oh. Oh, gosh. Okay, this is getting nasty. Someone has Doom. Yeah. Okay, one's done. That was gone. Yep, he had Doom. There we go. I was a little worried, but nope, we got done it. And Lilith actually looks really good as Lady Lilith. Lady Lilith. I can't pronounce her name fast enough. Okay, we got it. Good. I think I got lucky in that fight, honestly. Nice. What do you suppose? Cavernous maw? But can we call it that if it's so tiny? I had a feeling this would be the case. Feline intuition. The ability to open a cavernous maw doesn't depend on mere strength or potency. It's the key. The key? That thing? It's a Tomos in its most fetal form. That's the best approximation I can describe. Tomos, the distorter of time, sometimes gives birth to these abnormalities. They're like little babes, cooing towards the darkness. That explains it then. The dark kindred abomination must have gotten its claws on it. Precisely. Beyond doubt, it fused with the demon's corporeal form and opened up an entrance. A sobering truth indeed. Luckily for us, we managed to separate it. But we can't just leave it sitting here like an apple fallen from a tree. Someone will find it and then... Therefore, Jedith, I nominate you to squish it. Poof. Poof? I knew we couldn't let it fall into enemy hands, but do you think that's wise? Yeah? Champion of the Dawn, son of Altana. Desires come to me like ancient memories, and they are who I am. Jedith? Jedith! He's absorbed a bit of Tomos' being. Normally that would have cause for concern, but Jedith, you appear to be in perfect health. With him inside, you'll be able to call forth his powers to aid you. Normally a pact is required for an avatar to bond, but this was a special case, an anomaly. Treat that newfound power like you would a helpless child. Well, if Kate says it's safe, well, she's always been on our side. But I'm afraid, Jedith, that this is where we part. The dark future is unexpectedly bleak. I'll be able to press on knowing that you're always by my side. Our reunion turned out to end in happiness, but next time might not be so lucky. My sworn duty is to prevent something like this from ever happening again. Oh, is that so? Are you sure you don't want to engineer another excuse to see each other again? Hey, you should know better than that. The first time the door closed, I thought it was over forever. But our heartfelt goodbyes and tear-jerking soliloquies seem a bit false now, don't they? Still, I'll always be fighting to bring light to where none has shone before. Jedith, goodbye. Oof. why her speeches are enough to make even me blush, turn red as a beet. But for now, but for her to leave this behind means that she trusts you above all else. Or do I sense something more? She should have just given it to you herself. But that would have been unbecoming, wouldn't you say? Bonds between you are inseparable. Of that I can be certain. Of course, that didn't prevent me from making her a similar one of you. Or did I stick my paws in too far this time? No matter the physical distance between you, you'll always serve as the goddess's wings, your hearts and thoughts united as one. Never forget that. Ever. Yeah, they're now starting their emergency maintenance. Luckily, I don't go into Apollyon, so I have no problem with that. Alrighty, so we got yet another summon. We now have Atamos. Now, as I remember correctly, Atamos and a couple other ones, you can only use them if you use your special ability, which is Blood Pact. And they come in, they do an ability, and then they pop back out. So, let's see here. So, from what it says on the wiki, you summon Atamos, and absorbs a beneficial status effect from an enemy. They absorb a complete sublimation for party members, and then does deconstruct. So essentially, it sucks away a benefit from an enemy and gives it to you, and that's the ability. That doesn't work until level 75, so he's actually pointless until you get that far. Unlike the other summons. So, okay. Oh, we are finally done. Legitimately, we are done. Actually, reopen that page. Give me a second here. Yeah, so we are officially done with Wings of the Goddess. It took us a longer stream than usual, but hey, we made it. So, Secrets of Adeline will be what we start when we come back Monday for this game. Okay, so, wonderful. We started, so that was 4 hours. Not bad, all things considered. Closer to 420 hours. But yeah, we are done. We are going to be done for the time being. Wonderful. It is now late. I would like to get some sleep because tomorrow is a big day. So once again, birthday stream tomorrow. Please come at some point and say hi. Wish me happy birthday. Drop a sub. I'm gonna have the subathon thing going, so it's also gonna be a subathon. Yeah. So I'm gonna have the charity thing down, so everything will be it actually will be cheaper to do subs. So if you feel like you want to drop a couple bucks, please do. I would really appreciate it. Anyway, this has been a busy day, and honestly, I'm kind of tired. I want to go to bed. So, I'm going to get some sleep. I hope I can get some good sleep tonight, so then tomorrow I'll be up and ready to go and able to keep going and have a good day. So, we're back in our simple log house. Fabulous. Okay, so I would like to thank everybody for watching who did. Seth Rott, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Being able to chat with you about stuff, it's always nice. So I hope I'll see you again tomorrow. It's a Wednesday. All right. So I hope everybody's doing well. I hope your week is going well. You've got 2 weeks until Christmas. So I hope you've gotten tackled your on your gifts and stuff like that, gotten your holiday plans set up, spend time with family and friends. I know I will. So I'm going to go ahead and leave you guys here. We are nearly a whole hour over what we normally are. But yeah, tomorrow it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a little daunting on my side, but hey, we'll see where it takes us, shall we? Anyway, I would like to say good night, take care, have fun. I will see you guys tomorrow. I will be a year older. I don't know about wise, but we'll see what that says. Anyway, good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. So long.